Hello there, everybody. Hi, Raven. Hello, Max. Let's have some fun. Let's play some Ultima Underworld. Oh, yeah. Let's get excited for some Ultima Underworld. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. There we go. For Ultima Underworld, and thank you for being here. How you doing, Max? How you doing, Raven? LA Noire, interesting. I've heard that game is really good. I've heard that LA Noire is really good. It looks really interesting. Where you have to find the clues and stuff, and there's people who are lying, and you have to learn how to read their faces. Ah, that's good. So right now, I think the biggest goal in this game right now for me is figuring out what I can do. There's a couple things I have to do that are extremely important. I have to, one, get... I think I have to do something with the thread. Ooh, I'm on the 6th floor. Aha! I gotta be careful here because there's lava everywhere here. Hi there, mage guy. But anyways, there's a lot of people around this area, and I gotta be careful. If I'm not careful, I will die. There's lava everywhere, there's pretty nasty enemies, and if you're not ready, you will die. I don't remember exactly how to get the lava boots. I think you have to trade with the ogre or the trolls. I think I have to trade with the guy who had one of the trolls, and then I get boots or something. I think it has something to do with the meat. I have to give rotworm and I think it's rotworm ale, port ale or something like that, and then also I think it's let's see, rotworm, port ale, and something else. It's very important. Alright, who are you? Oh, wine of compassion. Alright. Oh my gosh! Hell yeah! Hey, I got the flam rune! Woo! I'm getting farther and farther into the game. Yes! I've never done this part. I missed this. Alright. I got the Nox rune, the Flam rune. You know what that means, guys? It means I can use Flame Wind now. So there's a couple items that I can get here. There is the Wine of Compassion and the Ring of Humility. I also need the Taper. The Taper will also help me beat the game. What in the world is this? Alright, so you got a bunch of rubble here. A human skull? Alright, I'm not gonna get that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, I want to talk to that door. The pissed off door. Oh, well, well, well. A magic door. Alright, what else do I need? Here's a bath. That's money. This one's Nox. Scent. Quas. Oos. Let's see. What is this one? Wiz and Yalem. So I don't have the rune yet. Come here, a specter named Warren. Oh shit, you know what? I don't want to piss that guy off. Ort and grab for sheet lightning. Hi, welcome in, Daniel. How you doing? It's great to see you, Daniel. It's nice that you and Oro and Joker got along really well, man. Are you gonna play the game? Oh yeah? Man, you got a lot of games in. Oh my gosh, you got a lot of games, man. Good, got out of there. Oh yeah, green mushroom. It's port, green mushrooms, and also rotworm. Oh, there's a woman here. Divide into 3 parts. So what Xbox games are you playing, man? Or sorry, not playing, downloading. I was watching a video earlier about, what was it called? Um, Mod Manager. Yeah. I was watching a video that Mod Manager had taken down some mods for games because they broke the rules, and I was watching Mudahar speak about this, that one was a mod for the new Oblivion that added, uh, what was it? Body type one A and B, body type A and B or something like that. Body type 1 and 2. And that was removed. And he was going over the history of mods and stuff in that regard. Obviously, there's a bunch of mods that have been existed. Some that were either racist or something, like removing skin colors from characters in Cyberpunk 2077 or something like that. No! Oh, fuck. I didn't want to do that. Stupid. What have you done? You imbecile. But anyways. But anyways, going to the point. Mudar was going over all this stuff and why the mods were removed and why the person got banned from Mod Manager for making mods and stuff for it. Me personally, I can understand sometimes why stuff get removed. It is a little bit controversial, I guess, because there's been at least some people who have very less than genuine answers to certain stuff, or less than genuine reasons for changes and stuff, like removing the pride flag from the Spider-Man games and stuff. That was another thing that was mentioned. It was that there was a mod that a person tried to put in, or did put in, to remove the pride flag from Spider-Man and to the American flag. That one is kind of stupid, for example. It's completely unnecessary, but people do stupid things. They have less than good intentions. They have some racist beliefs or some other kind of beliefs in times, and they just want to do that kind of stuff. They want to change things because something makes them upset. There's a lot of really stupid things. Like there was a game which simulated a school shooting. It's one of the most disgusting things ever. And there's a lot of pretty reprehensible people that are very degenerates. Very much degenerates that are sick in the head. There's plenty of people that are sick in the head. It's unfortunate, but there are some very, very sick people in this world that have they're very bad people who are very sick in the head, and they need a lot of mental help, unfortunately. They didn't get the help they needed. I suppose, though, that none are interested in hearing more about it. If you want to hear more about it, you should watch the video. It is interesting. Obviously, there's all kind of mods and stuff that people can do, and no, I'm gonna go with who. There's quite a few people who are vile, unfortunately. Really vile. Nope. Alright, I'm not gonna bother him anymore. I'm sorry, Dr. Owl. Wait, where's the guy? What? I killed a Hydra? Send a picture. Let me see that. Red Ninja End of Honor. Ninja Gaiden Black. Huh. You know, I heard really good things about Chronicle Riddick. I heard there's a YouTuber who said he loved Chronicle Riddick series, and he was saying that he played a bunch of those games. I don't know how many there are of them. Let's see, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, that series was really big in the 90s and 2000s. Togi Myth of Demons sounds like a game that is... Sounds like a combat game, like a action game, or maybe a horror game. Beyond Good and Evil, I've heard of that game. I think I played it. Prince of Persia, I have that. Knights of the Old Republic, now there's something, I have that. Jade Empire, I've definitely heard of that game. Time Splitters, I've heard of that game. Time Splitters is a good game. So is Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. So is Beyond Good and Evil. Let's see. Outrun. Run for fun. Outrun Coast to Coast. Outrun Coast to Coast. What is that about? Panzer Dragoon. That's like a shmup or something. I know that game, Panzer Dragoon. That's like a shmup or something. Munch's Odyssey, I don't know what that is. Ooh, Morrowind. Sonic Heroes. Ooh. Splinter Cell, a single-player shmup, a single-player shooter. Yeah. Actually, stealth shooter. Splinter Cell game. I have Splinter Cell Conviction. I think it's Conviction. I did stealth in that game. I like stealth games. Hmm. Hmm. Who is this guy? Stenelor. Hello. Has a... Yes, I have. How do you have enough space to have all those games, Daniel? How much space do you have on that computer? Because, wow, man. If you're able to hold that many games, you have a shit ton of room. One terabyte. Ooh. Dang. Die! Holy shit, there's a lot of mobs in here, man. Obviously, that's a great idea if you want to carry all those games. Oh. That's a really good idea if you're going to carry all games. Frang? Okay, let's see who this is. Is Frang alive? Oh my gosh! What in the fuck? There's all these mobs in here, man. Isn't Beyond Good and Evil that adventure game? Wasn't it like an adventure game or something? It sounds really familiar. Oh, okay. I think I have that game on my PS4 or something. I know it sounds really familiar. Maybe it was the Xbox 360 that I have it on. I have like a puzzle or an adventure game or something. And I think it was that game. It sounds familiar. Alright, where are you, flying enemies? Where are you, flying asshole? Let's see, where is the library? I need the library. That's what I want. I want the library, not the quarters. Why do these people just stick to here and not their quarters? I guess because there's monsters everywhere. Probably. Yeah, that's probably why, stupid. Oh, shit! Oh, hello. Welcome back. I got some more hints. I see. I got another hint, Daniel. Let's see. All right. I said, isn't Beyond Good and Evil that adventure game? It sounds familiar, Daniel. It sounds like a game that I've heard before. I think I have it on the 360. I think it's like an adventure game or something, isn't it? It sounds super familiar. A sci-fi adventure game, if I remember correctly. So let's see. Over here is the end. Oh, action adventure? Uh-huh. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game? No, it's definitely an action adventure, yeah. That sounds about right, yeah. Okay, that sounds about right, yeah. That sounds exactly like what I remembered. Ooh, what is this? Now that game, I don't recognize the name. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for a secret door somewhere. There's supposed to be a secret door somewhere around here. According to one guy, there's a secret door in the library. The guy that Morlock guy told me there's a secret door here somewhere. He said something about killing... about killing a Hydra or something. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't remember killing a Hydra. Yes, I did it. Hey, that's one of the secret items I needed. Holy shit. Hey. Alright, let's see. Cervical. What is Chizo? Hey, see, I'm making progress, Daniel. I'm making progress in this game. I just need to figure out where the way out is. Yes, I made it. Okay, perfect. I got the Shield of Valor. Woo woo! You know what that means, Daniel? I got yet another item in this game. Man, look. I got the Shield of Valor. I got... What is the other item now? I got this one. I don't know if that's any good. Alright, I need to go and feed the cats, and I will be right back, guys. We're getting further! Woo woo! I'm getting further. Alright, I am back. I finished feeding the kitty cat. Now what I have to do is I need to find the wine of compassion. I also need to figure out where the last... You also need to figure out where the secret thing is for the library. I'm making progress though, at least. That's a good sign, Daniel. The one bad thing is I don't know where the boots are. Thank you. And who knows, maybe if we get lucky, Daniel, maybe I'll play something new in a century or two, and you could see me play a different game. Stick around enough and I'll beat this game eventually. I like this game though, Daniel. Like I said, I like this game a lot. I know you don't like it, but I think it's a good game. It's just very old, that's the only thing. It's extremely old and it's kind of awkward. It's awkward in that old game type of way. Which is the only way an old game can be awkward. Did you finish downloading that game? Did you finish downloading and extracting into ZSO files or SHISO files or whatever you call it? Did you do all that stuff already? I need to figure out where the freaking library is. Yes, I did. He gave me a reward, all right. You're still extracting archives. Good, good. Hmm. I see. So this blue area is the test of valor. Okay. Where in the hell is this secret door? He said the library. Library. What are you hoping that next time wins, Daniel? What are you hoping that next game wins? Let's see what your expectation and hopes are, man. You have any hopes in games? Maybe you'll get lucky, man. You never know. Maybe it'll be something you really like. There's a bunch of games like God Eater Burst. There's like there's one. Oh shit! There's a checkered room here with the enemy in here. Ha ha ha! Welcome in, Parts Bella. Hey, how you doing? Hey, hey. You're also playing New and Subpar Sorcerer. You're playing that game. And I've been watching that game. Why is this checkered room here? What in the world? Wait. A bottle of wine? You're telling me all this time there's a bottle of wine here? Wait, let me see. How do I cast the spell? Let's see. So at least you got exactly what you wanted then, huh? And it looks like you got exactly what you wanted then. Let me see. Name enchantment. Yes! Oh my god, I got two! I got another item! Holy shit! I got another item, Daniel! Did you see that? I got another fucking item! Oh, this is amazing! I got the wine of compassion. I got the shield of valor, wine of compassion, standard of honor. I'm closer and closer to beating this game now. This is going terrific, man. Am I hungry? Peckish. Alright. Devil May Cry, Devil Survivor. Yeah, Devil Survivor. Rechain Memories, yeah. Those are all choices that are definitely going to eventually happen, Daniel. Trust me, they will eventually happen. Nothing lasts forever when it comes to these kind of games that I'm playing. Ring of Leap. Give time and eventually things will happen, Daniel. I know it seems like it takes forever to beat the games, but eventually I will beat this game. It's just that this game specifically is really hard to beat. It does seem promising, though, the fact that in Oblivion they fixed the multiple things. That's kind of nice. It's nice that they added new voice actors. So it's not the same person speaking multiple lines. That was a really good thing that they did that, in my opinion. It's kind of sad to see the same person say the same lines over and over, actually. Ooh, magic ring of resist blows. Ooh, that's a nice item. That's a great find. Alright, give me a moment. Ouch. There we go. Dehumidifier is empty now. Okay. Alright, I'm back. So now I have to go back to the lower floors. That means I could do the spell freeze time. I could do the spell freeze time right now. You figured Oblivion Week was gonna be garbage. Fartsmella, there have definitely been games that have been absolute bangers and some that have been absolute junk. Like I said this many times, the RE3 remake. Ah, crap. I did not mean to do that. Shoot. Shit, 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 shit. I did not mean to do that. I still have the Shield of Honor, whatever it's called. Did I get the Shield of Honor? Do I still have the Shield of Honor? Yes, I do. Perfect. See, that means I missed out on the Wine of Compassion part. I need to reobtain the Wine of Compassion. Why is it called the Wine of Compassion? I don't know. But anyways, as I was saying, that there's some games that are really good when they're remade. Other times, like RE3, they disappoint a little bit. There are other good examples of this, of games that are remade and then they're disappointing. Hey, Draken, welcome in. Oh, no problem. It's good to see you. You may lurk as much as you desire, my friend. If you're streaming Tales of Symphonia, then know this, that you're always welcome. Appreciate seeing you here. When you are not busy, maybe we can talk someday when you're not busy, and then we can do some talking. I don't know. I was talking about the remakes and stuff. I've heard a couple stuff that have been really disappointing in remakes, where a remake happened. There's something happened. Oh yeah, I heard the Suikoden 2 remake and the Suikoden 1 remake were disappointing because it felt like they don't put as much effort into the details and stuff with the remake. I'm not sure. Nicer visuals are nice. Like, I think that maybe it's just people complaining too much, possibly. If you don't have Suikoden 1 and 2, maybe your version got damaged for some reason. It's nice to have a remake of the game they used to own that you enjoy. And those are very good games. Both Suikoden 1 and 2 are great games in their own right. They deserve to be played. They're really fantastic games. It's just that they're very, very old, unfortunately. And because they're very, very old games, they have their own set of issues that they have. It just doesn't diminish the value of the game to nothing. There are some people who treat a game where things age like milk. There are some people that have this erroneous idea that things age like milk. And that when it gets older, it does becomes completely invalidated. If so, then even the best of newest games will be shit. And that means I could call, I don't know, Splinter Cell Conviction, which was a pretty decent game, a piece of shit because it's old. I think it still has its value, Daniel. I think it has its value. Let's not treat it like that, man. I just hate that argument so much. What you can say is that X game has not aged well because of features, or maybe the controls. Like, Super Mario 64 is still a very good game, even if it is really old. It's just that it is dated, because the controls are very old, and it was an early time of 3D jumping. And because of that, the 3D platforming is pretty bad. Just because it's aged badly because of the time it passing doesn't mean it's bad game automatically, and that it's no longer good just because there are technologies that are newer and they improved on games doesn't mean that it's completely bad and that should never be played again. It's a very erroneous way of thinking. I mean, that's what it's implying, that games age like milk, that they're bad, that they're good in one moment and then they're bad in the next. That's what they're implying. If so, Final Fantasy VII, one of the most popular Final Fantasy games, if not the most popular one, would be a bad game in today's standards. It's a very silly argument. Is it? I mean, there are people who treat it that way. They'll say, look at these graphics. Like the graphics is the end-all be-all. There are people who genuinely make that argument that the graphics are end-all be-all. You could use that argument with this game and then play something that was terrible. Like, what if you use that in comparison with Diablo Immortal and then said, look at the graphics. But then you see just how predatory the microtransactions and shit like that is. And then you got a very, very tainted view. A lot has changed, Daniel. But we're talking about graphics versus other things. If you're comparing in other features, you could say this or that is better. Sure. And some have improved vastly. Some have improved, some have not. Well, there are very stupid people, Daniel. There are some people that are very dumb. They will use straw man arguments and very flawed arguments and They'll lead to very, very two-dimensional thinking in terms of arguments. What can I say? There are dumb people out there. Sometimes you gotta call those people out, Daniel. Otherwise, those fools will keep saying and doing stupid stuff that will make themselves look dumb. Sometimes you just have to call them out for the fools they are. I'll be the first to be willing to say that obviously this game has flaws when it comes to gameplay with stuff in terms of platforming and stuff. But that's because it's 20 something years old. One has to be able to also say, let's be fair here, this game is 20 something years old. Or not 20 something, 30 something. I would say this game aged predictably. It is over 30 years old today. It's older than you are. It's almost as old as I am. It aged fairly well, I would argue, because there's a lot of games that were from this era, and this innovated a lot of stuff. And there was a game like that. What was it called? What was it? Man. Now what was that game? There was a review of a game, the version, I think it was the version of The Crow, the game, where the controls were really bad even when it came out, and it got really bad reviews by AVGN. I know that he's not trustworthy all the time, but sometimes he is. And there was another game, it was more recent, it was like the 360 or something. Sometimes they make controllers like that and they don't anticipate it to be that bad, but it does. And it ends up being disappointment. I think The Crow was on PS1. I can't remember exactly though. But there's another one where you have like gun shooting and running around and stuff like that. I can't remember what it was though. It was on a more modern platform like the 360 or something. That's an example of a game that aged really poorly for its time, where there's obviously better games than that. Like the Tomb Raider series, which has both shooting and fighting, has aged a lot better. And it's gotten a lot better since the PS1 era, obviously. The PS1 era was kind of clunky for today's standards. And today's standards, if you play the more modern ones, they're obviously way less clunky and way more manageable, and they got more stuff in them. And I played both of them. I played the old and the new. I'm trying to find the exit, by the way, Daniel. I'm trying to go back upwards. This game can be a little bit confusing at times. It's a little bit challenging sometimes. Alright, that's the way to go. Yep, there we go. Perfect. There's plenty of examples of games that are doing that, where the combat is not great. Some of them I played, some of them I haven't. Like every single Oblivion, every single Elder Scrolls game since Elder Scrolls 3 has had a ton of bugs. And some of them have been more buggy than others. Like Oblivion is legendary for some of the bugs, in fact. Skyrim is legendary for some bugs. I know it's not fair to make fun of Elder Scrolls game for bugs at times, but it's pretty legendary that it's pretty well known that the Elder Scrolls games are pretty buggy. It's pretty well known the fact that the Elder Scrolls games have a lot of problems. And Starfield. Yeah, that's because New Vegas the developers were told that they had to get the game as fast as they could. They had a very short time frame and they were forced to go with the game as soon as possible. And the game was not bug tested enough and it ended up more of a buggy mess than it needed to be. They did put a lot of effort in. They put a lot of effort into the game. There's a lot of love and a lot of effort. But I still need to point out that they are far from perfect. Obsidian is far from perfect. They make a lot of mistakes. I played the one game that they made that wasn't involved in the Fallout series. That came afterwards. Their game they made that was after Fallout New Vegas, which was theirs. After the whole debacle of what happened with Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 and all that shit. They came out with another game, and it did have its own set of problems. It's still better than Fallout 4 in plenty of ways, don't get me wrong. It's still better than Fallout 4, it just still has its problems too. And these are the same guys who made Fallout Tactics, which absolutely bombed. I think it was Fallout Tactics, wasn't it? I think Fallout Tactics was before Fallout. Yeah, Fallout Tactics was before Fallout 3. I think it was before they got bought out by Bethesda. I think that was before they got bought out, actually, Daniel. That's the game that got a bad rep because of some of the stuff that was happening in that game. But Fallout Tactics anyways had a bad rep, and because of that it ruined Obsidian. I was looking up that whole thing to make sure because I'm pretty sure that Fallout Tactics was before before Bethesda bought them. And yep, alright, I think it is. Alright, so it was I think it was northeast. Let me check. Alright, let me see. Northwest. How do I tell which is northwest? Am I facing northwest now? Northwest. Southeast. And no dev is perfect. think about what happened with Square Enix, man. Think about what happened to Squaresoft. They made a movie that bombed. I love Squaresoft, but the old Squaresoft are the same guys who made the mistake with the movie. The Final Fantasy movie that bombed heavily. Sometimes I guess a dev just loses sight about certain things and they end up wasting a ton of money and projects are end up being disastrous and they end up losing a ton of money and end up being bought out by someone else. I guess that's how it goes. Eventually they don't learn their lesson and they end up being bought out. And for a while, at least for a while, Todd Howard was doing good. I mean, Fallout 3 was a good game. Oblivion was a good game. I guess they lost sight somehow of the ball and ended up having to be bought out by a bigger corporation. Microsoft. I gotta complain about Hideo Kojima. And I'm not gonna say his games are bad. I don't think that. I like Metal Gear Solid 4. But I felt like Metal Gear Solid 4 could have been better. I felt like the bosses were kind of repetitive. I beat Metal Gear Solid multiple times, and Metal Gear Solid 4, it felt like it was trying to play on my nostalgia. Like, it even brought out Shadow Moses. It was like, oh, look, Shadow Moses. The one from the original game. All the memories from the original game. And I'm like, yeah, I know game. Shadow Moses, where it all started. On the PS1 era. I know. And I'm like, that's fantastic. I just hope you do a good job. And the game kept on throwing all this nostalgia. And then eventually it threw Snake Eater at us. It was like, Snake Eater! Yeah, big boss is fighting Snake Eater! And I was like, man, the bosses were kind of lame. Like, the bosses, the Rage and all those guys were lame bosses. They were not as cool as Metal Gear Solid 3. And Metal Gear Solid 3 was so much better than Metal Gear Solid 4, it's not even funny. Metal Gear Solid 4, they all had the same kind of boss. Some woman who was traumatized, and one of them thought she was Psycho Mantis. They even brought back the whole Psycho Mantis thing. That's how unoriginal it is. Metal Gear Solid 3 had some really cool villains. You have the Joy, you have the guy who's the Fear, you got Big Boss, who is awesome. Big Boss was awesome in Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, she was teaching you, she was schooling Snake by beating him up and showing him who's boss. She was like, oh, so you think you're a master of hand-to-hand combat, huh? Huh, huh, huh. Bah! And then After that, she was like, "Get good, noob." Like, that's what she was doing to him. Get to my level. And Metal Gear Solid 2 was also a fantastic game, too. Metal Gear Solid 2 was a really fantastic game, too. I feel like that game doesn't get as much love as it deserves. Metal Gear Solid 2 doesn't get nearly enough love. It's always Metal Gear Solid 1 and 3 that get all the love. I feel like 2 kind of just falls under the crack because of Raiden, you know? Like everybody starts hating on Raiden because he's not big, he's not Snake. So everybody's like, oh, we're gonna throw our pitchforks out. Where's the Snake? Where's Snake? Why are we not playing as Snake? Why are we playing as Raiden? Which is kind of unfair. Yeah. I don't know, people can be kind of stupid sometimes, Daniel. What can I say, man? People can be kind of dumb sometimes, and they can be kind of easy to manipulate at times. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's the same situation with Final Fantasy VII. A lot of people are nostalgic about Final Fantasy VII, and a lot of people are nostalgic about Final Fantasy VI, so Final Fantasy IX falls under the cracks because of it. Everybody remembers Final Fantasy VI and VII, and 4, but Final Fantasy VIII is one of those kind of games that gets more hate than it deserves. Final Fantasy IX falls under the cracks because it's got like these furries and people kind of judge it the wrong way, and then people treat 8 like it's the redheaded stepchild, which is kind of unfair. They do, but it's not as popular as 7. 7 is the most popular one. 7 is the one that goes out in the streets, the streetwalker of the series that goes out and sell its body out for money. The one that's shamelessly publicized for money. That has absolutely no shame whatsoever. And I'm not saying 7's a bad game, it's a good game. It's just that I'm tired of it being treated like the second coming, and how people treat it always like it's perfect and it can never be better. And it's not. I get sick of that. I get sick of it when that's the only game that gets love and attention. It's frustrating, really. And 8 is one of those funny games where people give it a lot of hatred because of the magic system in 8, which I admit that I didn't hate 8. I didn't hate everything about 8. There are things that I liked about it. There were things I disliked about it. I like the card game system. I just did not like the magic stacking system. I think it could have been better. I'm not a fan of the fact that you stacked magic in order to make your stats maxed out because it made magic completely useless. The only reason for magic to exist in Final Fantasy VIII is to stack it so that you can get 255 strength, 255 stamina so you can have max HP, or you can have max resist so you can resist every element. Like, that's the only reason for stats to exist for magic. Any other reason, it's not there. And that's kind of dumb. It's pretty dumb that that exists that way. Also, I thought it was kind of dumb that everybody was an orphanage and that they forgot because of the GFs and they end up remembering everything that they were all in the same orphanage. Like, that was really stupid too. Like, what did you think about that, man? Didn't you think that was kind of dumb? That everybody was in the same orphanage? Also, not Squall. I'm trying to remember his name now. You're probably going to disagree with me, but I did not like Rinoa whatsoever. I really don't like Rinoa. Rinoa was my least favorite character in Final Fantasy VIII. The other ones I don't mind, but Rinoa being a dumbass really annoys me. Rinoa, you know, Squall's girlfriend, Rinoa, the one who's the leader of the rebels who had a mission for Squall, where she went and attacked Ultimecia, and then she ended up getting captured. Like, she was a dumbass. I have a problem with her because I thought she was a dumbass. I wasn't a fan of the fact that she was a dumbass. Maybe that's a me problem, but I did not like the fact that she was a dumbass. For whatever reason, it bothers me that she was a dumbass. I can be kind of weird sometimes, I guess. But for some reason, it bothered me, man. Like, I don't know what the reason was, but I guess the fact that she went in by herself in a mission bothers me because it makes me think that she was kind of dumb to do that. And that she wasn't a very smart girl. If I were her, I wouldn't have tried to take on Ultimecia by myself. Let's see. Zeldink is kind of a dum-dum too. Like he almost chokes on a hot dog. Not the smartest. Yeah, but she was kind of dumb, man. What can I say? I thought she was kind of dumb. Thought she was kind of stupid. And I get it. Sometimes I have this opinion on something that maybe people won't agree with because they maybe think it's such a slight thing that maybe it's not worth, looking at. But I don't know. Each of us see things in different ways. See, there's some people out there who hate Squall. I personally don't hate Squall at all. In fact, I like Squall's character. I can even relate to him somewhat. I can relate to the fact that you have a little bit of power and you want to try so hard to try and do the right thing. You're worried because if you can handle the power, you're worried about your responsibilities because you take it seriously. And you might not even want the power, said powers. Which is part of being an adult, where you get thrown all these different responsibilities at you, and then you're expected to manage them while you're still trying to learn and figure out things as you get older, because life is like that. They throw things all at once sometimes, and you're expected to figure out everything by yourself. And then sometimes some people, depending on who they are in your family, they might say, "Why haven't you done this right?" And you're like, "I'm still trying to figure shit out. I'm still trying to figure out everything. Give me a chance to learn. I'm still trying to learn how to get around in life." Then, of course, it can be relatable, the whole thing of not wanting a relationship because you were hurt and you don't want to be hurt again. And that one is also kind of relatable. But I cannot relate to Cloud at all because Cloud Strife is a military man, and I've never been in the military. I know people who have been in the military, but I've never been in myself. So I can't really relate to that. I can't relate to being in the military whatsoever. Furthermore, if I were in Cloud's place, I probably would have dated Tifa, honestly. Maybe that's me, but I would have dated Tifa. I like Tifa more than Aerith, personally. And not because of some features that some people obsess with, which people need to get their head out of the gutter. It has nothing to do with that. Some people obsess with certain features that they need to get their head out of the gutter because they think certain things. And instead of thinking that, they need to think the personality-wise and stuff. She can be kind of protective. I don't know anyone who has ever had that. I don't know if there's anyone ever in society who has ever had that. There might be someone who has that. I don't know. But I certainly don't know anyone who has imposter syndrome. So it's not relatable, Daniel. And that's what matters. No, that is completely wrong. If your character is not relatable, then why should I care about the character? That is completely wrong. You have to make the character at least somewhat relatable, otherwise you're not going to care about the character. You want the character to be relatable, so even so, you still want the character to be relatable. Imagine if you took every character from Lord of the Rings and you gave a character where one guy had was angry because he lost a Call of Duty. No, he was 14 years old and I don't know, something you can't relate to. Well, it would be, why would you want to care about that character if you can't relate to him? You want the characters to be relatable somewhat. You want them to be able to relate to their character, to be able to care about the character. If you don't care about the character, you won't care about the world. And you do that through the making characters relatable, caring about also the story and stuff like that, somewhat. The character has relatable stuff, the guy, you know. I mean, maybe. He's got some features. People are complex, man. People are not one-dimensional. People are very complex. There's some parts that you can relate to. There's a lot of parts that I can't. I can't relate to killing people. I've never done that before. I never done any sort of illegal work, but I'm sure there's something there that he's relatable in. He has to be also interesting. Like there's multiple facets and dimensions to people, not just one. Not everybody's a blank slate. You might see certain features of a person, but you might not see others. And maybe someone who comes into the stream will see certain facets that you don't see of me, and maybe they can relate to that. Well, I mean, that's because it's the original game. That's more about the gameplay. But RPGs are more about. Well, RPGs in Final Fantasy are not the same as they were. You say that. You say that. Take for example Terra from Final Fantasy VI. Alright? Everybody can relate to losing someone. That's simple, right? Not everybody's going to be able to relate to everything that she has. No one can relate to. Not everybody's going to be able to relate to every single thing. But for example, squall, fear of position, the fear of relationship because you are maybe been hurt, you know, and plenty of people have been hurt in life. People have been in relationships where they've been damaged. Some people get hurt because it's complicated. There's a lot of people out there who are immature when they get into a relationship. They say and do things that are stupid. I mean, it makes it better if you can relate. It can make it better if you feel like you're playing that character and you can be able to enjoy it and go into the role. If you play a game where you're a spree killer, I wouldn't be able to relate at all. But if it's an RPG where I can relate to the characters and I can imagine the situation and think what I would do in that situation, I could imagine it. Like, come on, man. That's pretty simple. Or do you just think, I don't care about this. I'm just playing for the gameplay. You play for the gameplay then? Or do you not try to roleplay as a character when you play video games, Daniel? Oh my gosh, man. I guess we all experience the games different way then, man. Then again, you know, I can't exactly relate to there's plenty of characters that I can't relate to. Like Zevran from... Wait, what the heck? Game? What happened? Game? What happened? What the heck happened? Combat? Why is there combat? Game? Are you okay, game? This game is confusing sometimes. I think the game lost its mind. I think maybe the game needs to be put down. It's been lost its mind after years and years of getting old and getting tired and stuff. There are some features in, at least in the main character. I could somewhat relate to the main character from the Yakuza series in some ways. He's very serious and he's trying to do the right thing even though he's kind of a bad guy. There are some things that are relatable. Not everything though. Like I wouldn't go out and beat someone up and steal their money. I wouldn't break their legs or anything. I'm not a psychopath or anything like that. I wouldn't do that. But well, what do I know? Sometimes you say the funniest shit, Daniel. Huh. Why? Let's see if this works. In theory, if this works, I should be able to use this. It works! Hey, look at this, Daniel. Hey, look at that. It worked. It works. It works. It freaking works. Oh man, it works. Oh, this is... Alright, I don't want to do... That just shows you that it's possible to do it, Daniel. And definitely helps to show it through the screen of the person, the eyes. I mean, I don't relate to him in every aspect because I wouldn't be able to go out and commit murder or anything. There are certain things that I wouldn't cross the line with, and those lines are very fine, and I would not cross them no matter what. And there are certain things where I see certain people commit certain acts, and I find them reprehensible. E.g., for example, um, Puff Daddy or P Diddy. Like some of the stuff he's done, I find it morally irreprehensible, and I think that is absolutely disgusting what he did. I cannot relate to him whatsoever because it's so evil and it's so mind-boggling that someone can be that evil. I'm gonna be getting dinner and I'll be right back, Daniel. Munch Odyssey. I'm back. I am back. So, let's see what we got here. Hey, thank you for the hydrate, Raven. Oh. I think it depends on the game, Daniel. It completely depends on the game. If it's a Mega Man game, you don't need Rockman or the other characters to be relatable. The same with Doom and Duke Nukem. Those games are about gameplay. It's okay to have a game where you have no story and no character development if the game is fun as well. There's also plenty of times where characters are silent protagonists. Link is a silent protagonist. But I do think that it helps to have, if you're going to have a story and a character, to care about the characters. being able to immerse yourself in the story, the characters, and everything is very important. Mm. Oh damn! And Fallout games and Elder Scrolls, while they have story, they're not as story centric as, say, for example, Final Fantasy games. The story kind of takes a backstory, a back, a backstage to the gameplay, but the lore is still there. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Chicken. I'm eating chicken. Most of the time when I'm eating something, it has the chicken in it. I have a tortilla with chicken inside, but it's actually no, it's not chicken. It's pork. It's pork chops actually. Mm-hmm. It is a taco. Mm. I put I put a lot of stuff in taco that are random stuff, random meat, and I eat it. But I also eat things outside of tacos as well from time to time. Like if there was a little bit of ribs left from today, I would have probably microwaved it and put it on the plate with the sauce and stuff. And usually I'll put some fruits or something, which I had today. And always accompanied by juice. Um, I think it depends on the story. I still am in the same part. If you're a story that's based on characters and a story told like in Final Fantasy, it wouldn't pass if you have characters that you don't care about and you cannot relate to. Another one is Dragon Age Origins, which is also important to have good characters. I think though that if you're playing a game like Mario, obviously the story is not that important. It's already known fact that in Mario games it's not important to have a story. But if I can't care about the characters in Final Fantasy, you can still have a game where the lore is good, but the characters are so shit that it ruins the game too. I mean, that's an even bigger point to where you're gonna want to care about Sora. Because you're gonna want to understand his motives and to be able to at least care about the character. Like if you don't care about him or Riku, for example, with 1K, or what's her name? The princess, I forget her name now. Then you're not going to care to save her. You're not going to care if she gets saved or not. You're not going to care if Riku dies or not. You're not going to care if Sora dies or not. That's pretty important to care about the characters. I would say it's a pretty big deal. The characters are pretty centric to characters and games usually. Like I said, if you go back to Lord of the Rings, if you made every character unlikable, then it would kind of be not so good book. You want to care about the characters that you are investing in. You're going to want to invest in them because you want to care about the world that it lives and the world and the characters are connected. Not that it's not impossible to have a character that you don't like. And I think in Suikoden, even if Sora used to, I mean not Sora, even if Joey did the wrong thing, I still like him as a character. I still feel bad for him. Even if he betrayed me a little bit, I still care about him. In some stuff he is. In some stuff he can be relatable. We've all had our moments of... some of us have had some stuff of fear of being hurt and trust. Who can you trust, for example? I mean, you should know, man. You probably had your times where someone has betrayed you and you've not been able to trust people. Like, trust is a privilege in life. And when that is betrayed, it's hard to regain that trust again in people. You know all the as well as I do, man. That trust is a privilege, and when it's broken, it's hard to get that back. You also know as well that you probably had your fears of certain things, and that can be relatable too. He's afraid of his responsibility. Maybe you've been afraid of your responsibility. Maybe you've been giving more responsibility than you were ready for in life. I don't know. It's always possible that you've been given responsibility and you're afraid of messing it up. And maybe you weren't ready for that responsibility. Ah, crap. Fuck. I accidentally reloaded. I think they want it to be at least somewhat relatable, because you want to care about the characters. Like, imagine if you couldn't care about any of the characters in Lord of the Rings, how bad the experience would be. Imagine if you didn't care about Gimli or Legolas or Aragorn or any of the other characters, like Frodo Baggins. And you're able to empathize with him because you see him that he's suffering. Having that ring has made him suffer. And it's important because it gets you to care about the character, and it gives you that feeling of that he's enduring a lot of pain and suffering and trying to get through that, and it makes you also be able to feel that same connection. I think it is important. I think Cloud Strife might have some parts that are relatable, some parts that are not. I think that there's people out there who are military who may be able to relate. I'm not saying that. I think that he could be relatable. I think that in the original one, he was kind of shit, honestly. And it's not, it's because they mucked it up. In the original Final Fantasy VII, he was kind of shit as a character. And it's because they didn't tell you all the story, because there was a lot of messing up and relating to themes. They had too much going on and they didn't balance it out correctly. Final Fantasy VII was kind of badly balanced out. They tried to balance out too much and they executed it badly. It could have been done better. It's a good game, but Sephiroth was kind of overrated. It's kind of overrated, and Cloud Strife is hugely overrated. I mean, he's a good character. Let me give you an example. For example, in the remake, they did a better job by showing you Sephiroth and by making you see what is tormenting him. And that is able to give you an idea of why to care about him. He's made to open up, and by opening up, you can relate more by caring and seeing through his eyes. And we relate because we're human beings and we can empathize. Unless you're a psychopath and you can't relate. I remember watching something about the Dexter series where the character doesn't open up. And maybe he's a sociopath, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he's not, I can't say for sure, but what I can say is that the more he opens up, the more we see about him and his past, and the more easier it is to relate to someone. Yes, I'm talking about the Dexter TV show, where the character kind of holds his emotions in. He doesn't show anything. He's very cold and stone-faced. The character is very cold. And he has trouble showing emotions, and he has trouble being able to do that at first because he's been taught not to do it, or maybe he didn't get the right teachings and he was traumatized, you know? Yes. But he was shown to be, I mean, he was taught that he, instead of being learned to empathize, he was taught the wrong thing, that if he's going to kill, he should kill people who are wrongdoers. He shouldn't be murdering. That's the wrong lesson entirely. I would have a trouble actually saying whether or not he is. In some parts, he can feel emotions, and psychopaths cannot feel emotions. Like, take for example, Donald Trump. He's an absolute psychopath. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. And clearly Dexter Morgan does care about people. He does care about others. He's able to be compassionate. So that would mean that he's not a psychopath if he's able to care about others. If you're able to feel empathy for others, that means you're not a psychopath. There are certain traits that I'm not a master of. I'm not able to tell you everything, but there are some traits. Lying. Let's say, for example, if you constantly lie, constantly getting in trouble with the law, antisocial behaviors is getting in trouble with the law, in and out of prison, for example, stuff like that. People who have relationships with multiple women, lying about it and using people. They're very glib. very able to manipulate people with very shallow emotions, with they're not showing the real person they are in order to manipulate you. They might pretend to laugh and pretend to smile, but they're deep down they don't feel anything. They're crocodilians inside. Trump is an actual psychopath, though. He doesn't care about anyone. He's an absolute psychopath. He purposefully hurts people and he likes it. He gets off on it. He's a sadist too, making him a pretty sick person, and he's demented. He's got Alzheimer's disease. Like, he was really happy to make people attack each other. He's getting off on it, telling people to go and kill other people. And he also likes the attention. Like, he's clearly having the right symptoms for that. Now, I can't prove it because I'm not a psychologist, but clearly it's pretty speaks to itself. The evidence is pretty evidentiary. But cloud is. I think that there are certain things. For example, people. There's some things where people supposedly on the spectrum show weird kind of emotions, and not the same way. They show emotions, but they react differently. Part of it has also to do with the eye contact and stuff like that. And that can make people think that there's something different about this person when they talk to them. They're different kind of things that people pick up on. And if you look at certain people, if you look at a person who's a psychopath or a narcissist, and I know someone in my life who is a narcissist, an absolute narcissist, always seeking attention, always using people, glib, like those kind of things are absolute proof of psychopaths or narcissists. Yeah, all right. Yeah, sure. Soul. The Saga Frontier is a series that is kind of alien to me because I haven't played enough of that series. I cannot really form an opinion on a game that I barely played. I wouldn't feel comfortable to do that. I wouldn't be able to do the justice to the series. I've seen the series, but I've never played them. I played, I think sometimes you can relate to some parts and others not. For example, um, there's some characters in the Suikoden series I'm able to really care about the characters. I mean, there's not one for one the characters, but the Suikoden characters have people that they're likable, very likable. I think it's possible, but it's also very hard to balance out a lot of character. I think it depends on the game. If it's a Mario game, you can get away with it fine, but if it's an RPG or something story, you want to care about the characters. You want to be able to care about the characters. In a horror game, it helps to care about the characters because horror games are very story driven and you need to care about the story and the characters. I mean, sometimes you want to do that. Sometimes you want to be motivated to care about saving the day. Otherwise, what's to what's to say that you don't care about saving the day entirely? I'm gonna drive you crazy. I'm gonna drive you crazy. You're gonna be like, "Fuck retro, stop it." You're gonna be like, "Fuck retro, stop it, man. God damn it, you drive me crazy." I'm waiting for that to happen. uh, I mean, I don't necessarily super relate to Sora, but I care about the characters. I mean, I can relate to wanting to leave somewhere where you get stuck in one place and you want to go out on an adventure. You want to go out and leave and explore the world and sense some wonder. There's that relatability of wanting to do that in the first game. Wanting to find something better is relatable. That's what humans do when things get kind of bad for them in society. They go out and they look for better life somewhere. That's why a lot of people immigrate from where their original place is to outside somewhere else so they can find a better life. And many people have PTSD, so that kind of aligns with Cloud. In fact, I know someone who has PTSD, but I've never really feel comfortable talking about them because that's private. But let's just say they have PTSD. I'll leave it at that. And I got some interaction from them, but I don't see them at all. I rarely see them. Well, I never see them actually. And as for Squall, well, Squall has a few things that are relatable. I mean, you probably had some stuff that you can relate to in Cloud, maybe. You've had time maybe that you want to do something, you get it over with, you don't care, you're maybe in a dour mood because you're kind of pissed off because maybe things have gone pretty poorly and you're pissed off and maybe it's not anyone else's fault but you're in a bad mood. That can happen. Daniel's giving up now. Daniel's like, fine, I give up. I could use The Last of Us. How about I could use The Last of Us trying to save someone and doing all that I can to save someone you care about. Caring about someone so much that you'd do anything for them, like even if they're family but they're adopted, maybe. I mean, that's a pretty strong case of a character who's very likable. He does everything in his power to protect the person he loves. Like, he goes out of his way to protect his adopted daughter. He goes way out of his way to save her. And she suffers, and it's not even her fault. It's nowhere close to being her fault. Like, she didn't do anything to deserve that. Boom. There we go. Full mana. Alright, how much mana? Fed. I need to summon more food now. Fed and... Oh, damn it. Gate travel. It can be likable. Definitely likable. What about Clementine from the Walking Dead? Clementine and what's his face? Like he got bit and that was terrible. That was so sad. Where the main character gets bit and you have to tell her, I'm going to die. I need you to leave. I need to put a bullet in my head. And that was actually pretty tough. Because you're like, I'm not going to live. I got bit by a zombie. That was pretty rough, man. You're like, ah, damn, man. I got bit by a zombie. I'm gonna die. Clementine's gonna be all by herself, and she has to learn how to fend for herself. And she's just a little kid, and she doesn't know how to do it. This is terrible. Actually, I don't like that game just because I hate having to let people die, man. I don't like doing that game just because I don't want to let people die. It sucks having to kill people off who are likable enough, and it's not their fault, and yet you have to make a choice of a God choice of letting them die. It sucks so much, man. It really sucks. I hate having to kill people off. And then they're like, why me? I didn't do anything. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't want to kill you. But the game made me choose. It's either you or the other guy. I have no choice. It's an impossible situation. It's a no-win situation. What am I supposed to do? This is impossible. No matter what I do, is damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to kill people off, but what choice do I have? Not necessarily. Like, what if the person is not dead yet or bitten, and you have a choice of either rescuing this one guy who did nothing wrong, and you know him, he seems likable enough, or this other guy who you've also known for a while and likable enough. If you save him, the other guy gets bitten, eaten by zombies, and dies. And then that happened to me in the Telltale game, and then he said to me, why me? Why did you save me and not that other guy? I'm like, I don't know. I got an impossible situation. No matter what I do, it's an impossible situation. It's not like the trolley problem. You know the trolley problem where you have to choose either saving your family or a bunch of random strangers? Even that is kind of easy of a choice for me. Obviously, I'm going to choose my family over random strangers. 20 random strangers. I'm not going to save 20 random strangers over my family. Like, what if the 20 random strangers are convicted criminals? What if they were people who are neo-Nazis who have committed atrocities against Jews and stuff? I'm not going to save those people. I don't know if they're like that, but they could be, for all I know. They're random strangers. And family is family. You know who your family is already. Then again, you know, I kind of hate the whole trolley problem because, it's a lose-lose situation. I kind of hate the whole trolley anyways. I just don't like that whole thing. I mean, that's the way life is. Life is a survival of the fittest. But, hmm. Oh, I leveled up again. Great. You could just also argue that each person has different experiences, so they might choose things for different reasons. Yeah. So does that mean that you would actively let me die if you had a choice between saving me and not saving me? 'Cause, you know, if there was a choice to save you, I would save you if I could. Obviously, if you're bitten by a zombie, then I have to put a bullet in your head. If I have a choice of trying to survive or getting bitten by a zombie by you, then I would have to put a bullet in your head and then leave you dead, because there's no point in doing that, and all it does is cause you to suffer. That's basically what I meant, actually. Saving a situation where I had no choice but to protect myself, yeah. Like, say for example, you were bitten by a zombie and you're in a room and there's a bunch there. I would stab you in the neck and leave you dead, and then walk off, take your supplies, and leave. I know it's cold, but if it comes to surviving, I have no choice. I understand that. Obviously. But if I did have a choice, if there was a choice to be selfless and there's a reason to, then yeah. So yeah, I definitely understand that. I wonder if it has something to do with... Alright, what was the spell for opening locked doors? Let's see. Open locked doors. Or is it? Vision. Open. Open. Sesame. 3 hours. You got a long time to go, man. You got a long, long time, man. Let's see, what does this say? Alright, where in the hell is this guy who gives the food? Let me see, is he happy? Is he mad at me? No, he's fine. Rostag is fine. Hi there, Peanut Butter Feet Party. Welcome in. How you doing, my friend? It's funny you speak of The Last of Us. I was just talking about that game. It's funny you talked about that game. I just mentioned that. I talked about the first game where you're going throughout the city and then you end up in the hospital going through all that hell just to save her. Don't call me Shirley. Alright, never mind. Is he mad at me? No, he's not mad. Don't be pissed off at me, Mr. Oh, he's really mad at me. He doesn't not like me. How would you say you rate the game then, huh? Compared to the first game. No, I've never even played the second game. Was there a reason I do this? I can't remember now. I can't remember off the top of my head if there was a reason for this. Hey, thank you for the raid, Necrogrim. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. How did your stream go? Oh my gosh. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Nice. I hope you had fun with the game.
I don't see the package. Where's my package?
That was funny.
Annoyed demon now.
Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
He's a very annoying bug.
Nice. Remastered. Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm going to get some water. Be right back. Here, I'm back. Hello, everybody. I am back again. A cooktop, you say? Oh, really? How far in did you get? Mm-mm-mm. Just out of curiosity, how far in did you get? Thank you. played a lot of Oblivion, you know. I played that game so many times. I've even had family members that said, "You're playing that game again?" And I ended up beating it so many times now that I don't play it anymore because I've played it too many times. I've done pretty much anything you can do in Oblivion. Anything you can done, I've probably done already. But what's most important is that you had fun. And that is good to hear. That's always the most important, is that you have fun. If you're not having fun, then it's clearly a problem. It's a very bad sign if you're not having fun. Oh, by the way, this is an exploit. Don't do this if you don't want to make the game exploited. This is a very interesting exploit. Oh, hungry. Oh, you're hungry now. When I do finally beat this game, I don't know what I'm gonna play, but I'll play something different and Daniel's gonna be happy. I know that much. Daniel's gonna be very happy when I play something else. He doesn't like this game all that much, and that's okay. It's a fairly old game that is it's hard to get into for people who are not used to this kind of game. I've seen tons of your requests, Daniel. I've seen multiple of your requests, multiple of Rin's requests, multiple of Rimrock's requests. One request by Alpha Cyanide, which was that Misadventures of Tron Bond. I have played tons of games from everybody. Like, the last Kingdom Hearts was by you, man. Ooh. But yeah, you're gonna see more games eventually, Daniel. It'll happen. Have patience, man. It, these kind of games take time to beat. I know that they could be faster. It's harder for me because they take hours upon hours, and I'm using a guide at least somewhat in order to get an idea. And the only way I could really get into seeing more games is if I don't play them. If I don't play them, um, if I play more than one game at a time, maybe. If I play more than one game at a time, maybe I could see them. Because it takes a really long time to beat games. Maybe it's a me problem, maybe it's not. It takes like, my stream is like 6 hours, right? And if anything goes wrong, you can count half an hour to an hour or something like that detracts. And then after that, if I get into a part that's really difficult, then add in that. Even when I played Persona 3, it took me a long time to beat. It didn't happen right away. It took me a while to beat Persona 3. And I know that Rimrock doesn't show up, and his value of his game requests are less important than others just because of the fact that he's not around as much. But people voted for it. Like, I wasn't going to put it at the top, but there was also a bias as well. And that was my bias, of course, because I happen to like this game a lot, as I've said a billion times already. I should probably stop saying that, actually. And I influence the opinion because I like this game. And I know Fires said to me, why don't I stream more days? Why don't I stream like 7 days or something? 7 days a week and play the game every day. I take 2 days off. I think it's good for my mind, and it's also good for other things. I treat streaming not as a job, but rather as an entertainment thing. Especially considering that I'm not exactly good enough to make profit, so I'm treating it as a entertainment. I do kind of wish that Rimrock would show up more often. I wish he would show up and see the actual game that he requested. And he wanted to see this game and he never shows up. I showed up in Rin Joker's stream when he played the game that I requested. I watched Rin Joker play Final Fantasy 12 when I requested it from him. And I realize people are busy with life and all that. They can't show up all the time. That's fine. There's a difference between showing up all the time and showing up at least once in every blue moon. Or at least trying to show up a couple times a week at least. If you can, you know? He knows when I stream. He has complained about having all sorts of issues though with his computer and stuff and internet and shit. I see, there's a secret door here. Alright, that's the secret door to this part. There's some people out there who actually try to be showing up. There's some people who try to show up from time to time. Obviously, there's people out there who cannot show up at all, and that's fine. They're busy. Ow. Where is the guy I am looking for? Nope, I don't want to go here. I'll die if I walk on the lava. I need the non-Taylor guy. I need the musician so he can tell me how to play the tune that will get me somewhere I need to be. Where in the hell is this guy? Alright, here we go. Three, 5, 4. Hold on. I got the tune now. 354 237 875. Let's see if it works. Three. Wait, so it's I wonder if this is important. Wait. So that's a song, huh? Hmm. Alright, Ghoulieo. Have a good life, Ghoulie. I need to use a restroom. done. Let's do this. Alright, so I have an idea what I might have to do here. I think I might need... Let me actually see. Let me actually think here. Let me look at the map. And let's see. Alright, so down is where I want to go. Or, yeah, down. I don't want to go there. That leads back down to the other area. Actually, I want to find more port. I need more port. I need more... Let's see, I got a rotworm in there. Do I got a rotworm. I got that thing. And I need port next. I could look this up online, of course. I could look up where to do this. But that would kind of defeat the whole purpose of playing this game. Figuring out this game is much more fun than cheating and getting all the info through cheats. I want to get an actual sense of accomplishment rather than playing this game and beating it through cheating. Six out of 25, huh? You are not even close now. I have to go and look for stuff now. Unfortunately, Daniel. There's a few things that I missed here. I am closer to beating the game, though. Eventually, Daniel, I will get to that point where I will play something differently and you will soon see it. Like, this game might seem like it's a very long game, but part of it is because you have to explore every single floor so thoroughly, and I missed out on so much. I did a really bad job the first time I played. Let's see, I have to go back a floor up. I have to go find that taper. Taper of sacrifice. There we go. See? I got another item. Wait, where's the wine of compassion? Yeah, we did it. We got another item. I'm one item closer to being able to beat the game. See, now I'm closer to beating the game, Daniel. Look, I got 1, 2. Let's see. Let's see, half a sword. Let's see. This one. This one. Let's see. 3, 4. I got 4 items. I think there was like 8 items or 7 items. Out of 7, I got 4 of them now. I'm missing the blade, which is important too. I now need the ring of sacrifice, the ring too. Now I got infinite uses. Yeah, look at that, man. Woo! Infinite use daylight spell, man. I have permanent daylight spell now. Who needs torches when you got daylight spell? If I found an actual scroll that named enchantment scroll, I would also keep that. It would be a permanent scroll of being able to just do that. This is an exploit, by the way, so it is kind of abusing an exploit in the game. It's permanent light source because it's if you burn the scroll, it's infinite uses. You can also do that with many things too. I don't know if you can do it with the wands. If you could do that with the wands, that would be really overpowered. Imagine if you could do that with the wand and burn the wand and then use it. Or not. I just ruined the wand. I'm a dumbass. Welp. Okay, that was good. That's fine. I messed up here. Beauty is I don't need a lamp anymore. Oh crap. I need to find out where that book is. The one that told me the note. Where, here it is. Alright. Gasoline one's broken, half. Search for blade in southeastern southeast behind wall. Secrets are. Gasoline one's broken, half. Search for blade southeast behind wall. Secrets are. Okay. Southeast, huh? I wonder if this is part of an important item. The next piece that I'm missing in this game, I need to still find the Ring of Humility. I need to find the ring, and then after that, I need to figure out where the last pieces are. Let's see. North, south, east. So it's somewhere around here. So there's a secret wall somewhere. There's a secret wall somewhere. Now, where is this secret wall, game? Where have you hidden this secret wall? Where have you hidden the secret wall, game? I need that secret room so I can find the last hidden item. Part of the thing, I admit that I played some days where I would play more EverQuest, so that in itself has delayed me as well. And I know that's another game you don't like, and I know that implications that I don't need to explain everything. I need to just try harder. Hi there, Spider. How you doing? What are you eating, Spider? Huh? What are you eating, giant spider? I guess nothing because you're dead now. Ooh, red. Pick a friend. Dosa seat. No, Pika, my friend. Sorry, Mr. Lizard Man. Alright. Where can it be? He said north or southeast corner. Southeast? I'm in that most eastern corner. I can't go more east than I am. Unless maybe there's like a secret somewhere that I missed. Which is very probable because I missed a lot. Could it be that I missed something somewhere down the line? More than likely. God, this game is so picky about the tricks, man. Like, you miss a little thing and the game is like, man, you are cooked now. You are done. You are so done. You're so finished. This game is pretty unforgiving when it comes to certain things. Where the hell am I going then? Let me see. Let me find out exactly what reveal does. So that means there's no hidden doors here, right? The game says there's a hidden door somewhere around here. Alright. What in the world? You moved the vine aside. Holy shit, how did I miss that? What in the world? Holy crap, man. I actually found it. So I got the sword. Alright, that was a really well hidden trap. Whoa, 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 man. That was impressively hidden, man. I remember this thing. I had forgotten about this. I actually forgot about this. Is that kind of sad that I kind of forgot about this? Because, wow, man. Wow, 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 man. I completely and utterly forgot. Hey, you missed something. I got a new item, Daniel. I got another quest piece. I'm one piece closer to beating the game. Potion of Fly. Ooh. So, the next step is, of course, I have to go and figure out where the... apparently I need the flute. The flute was actually necessary all this time. I actually didn't know that. Now I do, I guess. It must be important because apparently there's a tune. And tomorrow... Wait, no, tomorrow is Sunday. Tomorrow... I don't know what I'll be doing on Sunday. See, there was a hidden switch right there. I didn't even notice it until the door got revealed because of the reveal scroll. Daniel. Daniel. Senor Daniel Fortescue. like the guy from Evil. Wait, Medieval. The guy from Medieval, the main character, Sir Daniel Fortescue. Do you want to be Daniel Fortescue? The main character from Medieval? Green potion of heal? Well, that could be useful for really difficult spots. Come here, you stupid guy. Come here, you asshole. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Good old killing. Alright, are there any hidden doors around here? This game is as bad as Daggerfall with the hidden doors. Like, this game is legendary for having hidden doors everywhere. Just like Daggerfall. This game and Daggerfall like to keep throwing hidden doors everywhere. I swear, they're really, really well hidden. Like, this game has so many hidden doors everywhere. You'd be forgiven if you didn't find it, just because it's pretty well hidden. Like, you could run around for ages in this game trying to find all the hidden doors. Sometimes this game just throws shit at you and you are completely overwhelmed by how much shit that gets thrown at you in this game. See, you got the eye snack one. G, you got fish. Let's see. 3 dials. Da 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 da. Alright. No, I don't want to change that. Nope. This is so funny. Some people are so weird. Some people are so freaking weird. Alright, I got the wine of compassion already. I did that one. Oh shit, okay. I was right after all. Alright, alright. I just figured out what I have to do. You remember... Okay. I have to make that recipe, the rotworm stew thing. Ooh. Oh, this is somewhere new. Okay. I haven't been here before yet. Wait, what was it? Looks like we found another thing here that's special. Another resilient spears. What are these for, man? Interesting. Hmm. Getting closer and closer to the end, guys. I'm getting closer and closer now. The next floor is really hard, by the way. If you didn't know, guys, the next floor is a lot harder. There's going to be a lot of annoying shit on the next floor. For one thing, you can't use magic at all. You heard what the guy said. He said that magic is unavailable due to the fact that your magic drains on that floor. Which means that you won't be able to solo shit with magic. You also won't be able to heal yourself. So if you're in trouble, you're kind of in, you know, you're out of luck, as they say. You gotta make sure that you're absolutely sure that you can handle that place before going deep in. And that's as far as I've actually ever gone. But believe it or not, that's as far as I've ever gone. Once I get there, that's as far as I've gotten. I've never beaten this game before, so we'll see if I can do it or not. Once you start getting super deep into this game, things get really hard fast. Actually, they start getting hard really fast anyways. Like, by the time you're on the second or third floor, things get really difficult as it is. And if you saw how difficult that enemy was, not mind flayer, the big elemental thing, this big enemy here, and also the headless and stuff. This game throws headless at you and they all start destroying you easily. If you're not careful, you'll get absolutely wrecked in this game. Alright, I didn't need to do that. Oh, that was kind of pointless. Let's see. Nothing. Alright. So apparently there's nothing here. I need to figure out where the spiders are. I can't remember where the spiders are, guys. I need to go figure out where the spiders are so I can go and know where they were. Not where they are, where they were. And I'm pretty sure it was this way here. It's really deep in. Nope, it's not here. Shit. Where's the spider webs? Or spider threads? Am I just going in circles here? I keep going in circles and I can't find that thing that I'm looking for. Ow. Okay, I need to stop doing that too. It's probably not pleasant to watch. Where is this threads, man? Where are the threads? It's definitely not here. Oh, this just leads to freaking gold thirst again. Perfect. I might have to go to the other side. I might have to leave this side and go to the other side. I need to go up another floor too, by the way. I need to go to the floor above so I can find the recipe for making the rotworm stew, which gives those boots. Alright, where are you, spider? Where are you, spider? Where in the hell is that spider, man? The webs, I mean. Where is that stupid spider web? The threads, I mean. Come on, I keep running into the stupid thing here. How do I keep going in circles all the time? Red, nice, Daniel, nice. You're getting closer now, man. You're getting closer. I'm trying to find a spider so I can find the webs, or the area where the spiders spawn, so I can get the threads. They're not important, but they do help you protect against lava. Well, not the threads, but the item that I'm gonna make. It helps make you lava proof, which you want to do because you want to be able to protect against the top floor, which is needed. Give me a moment, I have to use the restroom. Aha! You're getting closer, Daniel. Yesterday I talked to Overrun Joker about. I was talking to him about the oldest game I played. I actually played Wizardry, Proving Ground of the Mad Overlord, which is very, very old. It's an extremely old game. That one is ancient, positively. It's an interesting dungeon crawler because dungeon video games, especially RPGs, like Wizardry and Ultima 1, there's not much older than that. But I think the oldest game that I can think of is Akalabeth, or whatever it's called, which came out in 1979. It came out before I was born. And it wasn't even a common type of RPG. It was a mud. That was before RPGs were even had graphics and stuff, which is kind of interesting because at a point they didn't have actual graphics to show you what was going on. You had to use your imagination. You had texts. You had a bunch of text, and then you had to use your imagination about what was going on. They imagine yourself fighting a powerful dragon and imagining yourself winning against that dragon after a brutal beating that you got. That's essentially what it was like back in the olden days. It was a wild west of that type of thing. They didn't have they didn't have much in terms of graphics back then in the really early days. The earliest stuff were essentially muds. There's not much else besides that. If you've even played a mud before, Daniel, I don't know if you have or haven't. But that's the oldest kind of game. And Wizardry is a very, very old game. It had wired frame and stuff. It was a little bit different. Also, if you spent too much time in the inn, your character would grow old and you couldn't play that character anymore. He would have to retire in the game. I've never seen that happen before, where you grew too old to actually adventure anymore. That's kind of funny. If you think this game is hard, well, it is. It is hard. It is a difficult game. And so is that. They're different in difficulty. And now in the older games too, you have to draw a map. There's no maps in the game itself. You have to actually draw the map. See what happens if I use the incense here. You know, old retro games. I am glad that they advanced in certain things. I am glad that advancement has happened, obviously. And while I like these kind of games, I do think that there are advancements that are vastly improved over the previous ones, and it's great to have these advancements, obviously. I'm able to appreciate it just because seeing it actually happen makes me appreciate that things have advanced so much. Even though I can still say that it's good for what it is. And people, like I said, people are spoiled. People are spoiled rotten today. They are strapped for choices, or they have lots of choices. Now, we didn't have nearly as much choices back then. We didn't nearly have as much games and stuff. But I suppose that you guys don't want to hear that for the 9,000th time. That these games are. You've already heard it too many times. Oh, hey. Hi there, mister. Oh, looks like you got one hit killed. Oh, damn. You should have hidden away, man. You should have stayed gone. You ended up dying. You wasted your time, man. This guy is so dumb. Do 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 do. The end. He also, like, I've also played Bard's Tale. That's another thing he mentioned. Bard's Tale is another one of those games. Wonder if any of you have played Bard's Tale. The first Bard's Tale game has this map thing in one of the dungeons where there's a teleporter, and if you are running around and drawing the map, because you have to draw the map by hand, you end up in a teleporter in another area, and then you have to go and find out where you are to try and remember exactly where you teleported from, because there's no in-game map, unlike this game, which has an actual map that tells you where you are, so you can get your bindings all right. That's one of the things I like about this game more than Bard's Tale. I don't like having random teleporters everywhere that just make you confused and not being able to know where the heck you are. I'm not a fan of that. Hewstone. Where's the spider, Hewstone? It's gotta be somewhere around here, right? Like, I keep running into Hewstone, man. Hewstone, we got a problem, Hewstone. How is it that I keep running around and I can never find a stupid thread? I know it's on this level. I know that the thing is on this level. Well, I guess next week, I'll work and continue on doing this. I don't have enough time today. Wait, while I'm at it, let me try something. Is there a secret here? Where in the hell is the thread, man? I know there's a thread up in this area somewhere. I need that thread because I need to get the item so I can go and finish this quest. I'm gonna have to leave it here. Alright. So guys, I'll say this is another successful stream, kinda. Sorta. I'll be done soon with this game, I swear. But I will see you guys next week with this game. I think Daniel knows what's coming tomorrow. So I will be back tomorrow with more of my shenanigans. Until then, you know, I could just raid Empty Eye or IOU Slasher. I could raid Celestial Kind. I think I'll raid Centaur, actually. Centaur is playing a game that you like, too. Oh man, there's an advertisement, too. Gosh, these ads, man. Alright, I'll see you.